assemble duelists on this Radiant Typhoon release day. Welcome everybody. Luke BFTW, thank you for the 20 months. Also Dennis, thank you for the 4. Mighty Crowbat, welcome back for 38 months. And Siri Aslan, thank you for the 6 months as well. Cardwell, Heimer, welcome back everybody. All the people who subscribed during the starting soon, I appreciate you all. I saw you all. It's gonna be a fun day today, hopefully. Right now the weather is sunny, but let's see if we've got some storms on the menu later today. We'll find out how big of a problem Harpy's Feather Storm is gonna be. But at the very least, we're gonna see some Radiant Typhoon in action, and it also opens up some other possibilities, like for example Sky Striker, which we probably won't be playing today, because I want to put the main focus today on the new, the new deck, which is Radiant Typhoon. But we're definitely gonna try Sky Striker. At the very least, tomorrow is gonna be Sky Striker Day. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. Hopefully, it's actually not that expensive. I've seen the Radiant Typhoon rarities are not that bad. It's all right. Anyways, let's warm up so everybody has time to assemble, and then we will get started. What about Radiant Typhoon Runic? In theory, they have synergy, but in practice, not that much, I would say, because on the one hand, they have a lot of quick play spells, but on the other hand, the deck hasn't even seen play in the TCG, where Runic is technically significantly more powerful because Fountain is not at 1, and the other cards are also not on the ban list. The problem is that you need the extra monster zone for Radiant Typhoon, because the Link 2 needs to be made, but the Link 2 requires Radiant Typhoon monsters, so you can't make it with Hugh. So it doesn't really work, but it's fine. All right, let's warm up. Let's guess some cards. Yoshi Tracker, thank you for the 19 months, and Geotzweig, thank you for the 27 months as well. I wish Featherstorm was banned, but it is not the world we live in Master Duel. It is what it is. Okay, this is Westlow, I think. This is the one Evoltile I know. The only one I can identify. This is a Battling Boxer Counterpunch. Yeah. Invoker, think of the Prime. Appreciate you. That is Nightbeam. Don't make fun of Nightbeam anymore. This is something alien. Do you plan to play Pokemon Pokopia? I'm not sure yet. I've seen it. This is something charging station. No. Charger. Power adapter. Nope. Adapt. Power up adapter. Ah. I have seen you somewhere. This is an Insector, right? Cricket? Giga Cricket. This is Six Samurai related. Probably a legendary Six Samurai. Secret Six Samurai. This is Voltic Beacorn. Yeah. This is a Nordic Relic, isn't it? Nordic Relic. Oh, there's a lot. Swollen. Easy clap. Easy first guess. No problem. Pumpkin. This is a Black Luster Soldier. Something Twilight, no? Evening Twilight? Legendary? Legendary Swordsman. Okay. Chthonian Soldier. Oh, not a Vylon! I'm skipping the Vylon. Stella. Oh, that's Chthonian Soldier again. Take it. This is shifting, bottomless shifting sand. Bestiary. Cyber Dragon? Question mark? Yeah, that is a Cyber Dragon. Which one is that? It's one of the little Nexter. This is W Nebula. This is spiritualism. This is a Yosenju. Is it Daibak? Hitot. Mayo Senju Hitot. This feels familiar. This is also an Insector. This is the Insector crossbow. It's crossbow Zect arrow. Appliancer test. Appliancer reuse. No. Morphing jar number 2. Tyrant. Is it just Tyrant Dragon? No. Tyrant Wing. Nimble Manta. The Dark World Gatekeeper. Renge. Gatekeeper. Sandwich. I don't know. Axelite. Oh, I have no idea what that is. Tindangle, maybe? It is Tindangle, okay. Okay, why am I getting just cards I have never seen in my life before? Oh, this is the Kraken, isn't it? Stealth Kraken? It does not look like a Kraken. Papacorn? No. Horsetail? Horsetail. Horsey tail. Taming. Ooh, this is the Rabid Horseman. No? Is there a different one? Mystic Horseman. Oh, I didn't know there was 2. Sergeant. No, not Sergeant Electro. Commander Covington. Yeah. Know what that is? Light wing shield. Oh, I've seen this card, man. What was this called again? Cross breed. No? Ear breed? Breed. Ear breed. Yeah, the couple of aces. This does not feel familiar. I think it's a dual avatar, actually. Yeah. Koakimaru. It's not Rook Lord. It's Power Hand. Marshmallow glasses. Oh, dude, what was he called? Excali? No, Exalion. Divine. It's Divine Dragon something. Divine Dragon Excelion. That's the one. Block Golem. Libromancer. Libromancer realized. Libromancer bonded. Naturia Vein. Serial spell? Six Samurai. Yaichi. Girgi Armor. Is that... No, it's not Soul Release, I don't think. Oh, it is Soul Release. Another Girgia. This is a Girgiano, I think. Girgiano OG? Girgiano 2. Destruction Dragon. No. Doom Virus Dragon? Doom Virus. Manchi, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. I do not know. Hello. Raid Raptor. This feels familiar. Is that Nightmare? No. Metaphys Ragnarok? Don't know. Sulfur. Last counter. Second coin toss? I think Mizuki. I have no idea who that is. Lilybot. Chronomaly. Sol Monolith. Insect level 1. Insect level 3. Okay. It is something Dark Ruler. Not Bark. It's Deal. I think. Oh, we're so close to 4 digits. Come on. Who are you? I don't know you. Bodan. Oh, this feels familiar. This is like something Kairyushin. Kaishin? Power of Kaishin. Not Kairyushin. Dude, we have 994. And they hit me with the Performapal. Oh, that's Trampolinks. I know that one. Easy clap, 4 digits. It's a good day. It's a good day. This can only mean one thing. It means we get Featherstormed first game. Is the only way any of this makes sense. Tuner's Scheme. Herein. Oh no. Old. Altar for Tribute. Alright, almost 1100, dude. We're closer to 1100 than to 1000. Easy clap. Really good round. Good start. You guys are still saying wash. That's crazy. Nah. Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, we are looking for a vanilla level 4 warrior from back in the day. It is not a dark. Okay, let me figure. Let Ankh figure this one out. All right. Let Ankh figure this one out. This is a level 4 warrior that is not a dark spark man. Okay, 1600 attack, even older than 2005. It is not light, not dark. Level 4 vanilla warrior with 1600 attack. This card, it is Giga Ankh. Okay, what are we working with? 1600 warrior would mean it's, I mean, it's pretty bad, obviously. 1600 vanilla. Most likely, probably Earth. Earth is a lot of warriors are Earth. It's a tournament pack card. What about? It's called something Sword Mistress or Huntress. Oh, I thought that was it. I really thought that was it. Okay. Not an Earth Skull Mariner. This is a Skull Mariner. That's a warrior? Nah, that's crazy. I know this card. I know this. I would have never guessed this because I had no idea that was a warrior. Holy shit, who knew that was a warrior? I've seen this in GOAT, I think. Why? Why would they play this in GOAT? Why is this a warrior? Zombie, okay. Fiend, all right, because of the ship, the skull and everything. Like, okay, sure. But Aqua, obviously, okay. A warrior? Holy shit! Why is this a warrior? I suppose pirates do fighting. Well, there's no pirate on this. It's the ship. Stop telling me it's supposed to be a warrior. There's no way it's supposed to be a warrior. No way you want to die on that hill. Okay. All right. All right. The warm-up is done. Let's get into the stuff for today. Before we hop into Master Duel, which I know I'm just excited as you guys are to jump into Master Duel, but there's one thing I want to take a quick look at beforehand. So the first thing we're going to do today, we're going to take a look at the newest Genesys blog post real quick before we hop into some Radiant Typhoon. But they dropped an update, what to expect in the March points update, and I've seen some people talk about this online already. Some people have been complaining, some people have been pointing out some of the things in this are quite cool. So I want to take a look at it myself. Shouldn't be too long of a look since this is not a points update. This is more of a talking about the philosophy of the format and upcoming changes and some announcements. So not many points changes to discuss yet, but just a quick overview of what is to come for Genesys format. What to expect in the March points update. The Proto YCS tournament at the 300th YCS events have concluded and the numbers are in. Again, a huge thank you to everyone who chose to play in the Proto YCSs in Richmond and Dortmund. Coming up next is the Genesys celebration at OTSs over the entire month of March, and we've also had the official, the release of Maze of Muertos. That means it's time to update the points once again. The last major points update based on tournament data was back in December, but between the Proto YCS events and the uptick on players posting their decks online using the hashtag yugioh, we have a nice chunk of data to work with to update the points. You should see that update on Thursday or Friday, but we can tell you what to expect now while we iron out the final numbers. Okay, I did not think we were going to get the update so soon. This is today or tomorrow as of recording. New cards from Maze of Muertos. There aren't many of these cards that will be getting points. The most important is the Gaze of Timaeus, since it makes Red Eyes Dark Dragoon's 100-point cost almost irrelevant. Okay, good. This is important. One other thing that I feel like is kind of crazy is Illusion Gate is 0 points in Genesys format. I cannot imagine a world in which that card is not an immediate side deck staple at the very minimum if it stays at 0 points. Illusion Gate is crazy for Genesys. Yeah, but it's interesting they're not even mentioning it here. Side note, we discussed Maze of Muertos with Duelist at the events and whether or not the pumpkin cards really need a huge number of points tossed on them preemptively. We were able to suss out that players don't actually believe every new theme that releases is so powerful it needs to immediately have 60 or so points slapped on its engine. In this particular case, I am inclined to agree. I think the new Call of the Haunted archetype is not very well suited for Advanced Constructed as of now. I don't think anyone is really going to have success with it, at least not much. So Genesys is basically your only chance to play those cards. So I think it's fine that they're not pointing them too high or at all in the beginning. I think if the deck ends up being good there, then they can still slap on points afterwards. I'm not mad that there is a place to play that deck at full power, because in Advanced Constructed, it cannot keep up. Maybe it can in Genesys. Because I would imagine in Genesys, it's not so bad if you have like 1 or 2 dead Call of the Haunted in your hand when you're going second. It's still going to be tough, but I would assume the deck is probably playable there. But I don't know if it's top meta even for Genesys standards, but okay. Yeah, outside of Illusion Gate missing, I think there's nothing here that's shocking or surprising or anything like that. The Gaze of Timaeus should have points because Red Eyes Dark Dragoon is a card that is toxic and shouldn't really be summoned, and especially in Genesys format. All right. Usage rate outliers. This category covers cards used in decks that were significant performance outliers. As a reminder of a few basic facts, every tournament will have exactly one winner. Every tournament has a most popular deck. just being the most popular deck doesn't mean the points are going to go sky high. But if the margin between the most popular deck and the rest of the pack is massive, the point increase will be larger. Okay, good. Across the Proto YCS events, Cool Tune was by far the most played deck, with 53 duelists, not counting the White Force deck that used some Cool Tune cards as an additional engine. That is twice as many as Exosister, 27, which was the second most played. Following Exosisters were Monarchs, White Forest, Draco Tail, Vanquish Soul, Radiant Typhoon, and Artmage. Despite winning the Dortmund event, Cool Tune's overall win rate hovered around 50% for the weekend. Many players commented that once they sat down for real YCS level competition, they found that some of their card choices built up around casual decks weren't correct for a 7+ round Swiss tournament against exclusively strong decks. Okay. Many players regretted choosing Exosister, and the data bears that out. No top 8 finishes, 2 total top 32 finishes between both events, and an overall win rate closer to 40% than 50%. Due to the play rate, they've earned some more points, but due to the lack of success, the increases will be far smaller than they would be even for a 50% win rate deck. Oh, there's a lot in here in this paragraph. There's a lot of things to talk about. Or rather, you could have a very in-depth conversation about, I guess, the philosophy behind all of this. Because I guess the question is, the question is like, how much does play rate matter versus how much does win rate matter, right? Because I do agree that if a deck is being played a lot, then it should probably get some points as a baseline. And I will say one thing, in these kind of games where you just have a huge amount of games being played in general, like very often even the best decks in the format will more so gravitate towards a win rate that is around 50%. I think it's very rare you'll find a deck that has a win rate of like, I don't know, 70% or whatever. That is obscene. Usually it'll even out because these decks play mirror matches. They play against other capable decks. They play against other capable duelists. They have to go second as well, and like people get unlucky and stuff like that. So like the win rate is usually going to be like, for the better decks, I would assume the win rate hovers around like maybe 55%, and for the worst decks it hovers around like 45, like all the meta stuff. So a deck having like just slightly over 50% win rate is still pretty good in the grand scheme of things. So I think Cool Tune winning one of the events and being by far the most played deck definitely deserves some points. I guess the Exosister portion is where it's a little controversial. If a deck that has basically not a single top 8 across 2 YCSs, 2 top 32s in total between both events, and a win rate closer to 40 than to 50, I guess the question is, does this deck even deserve to be hit at all, right? The answer is probably not, or if they do, then very, very, very small changes. I'm gonna be honest with you, the solution to this problem, if it even is a problem to begin with, is probably to just hit Dimension Shifter. This is probably the thing to do, because I'm pretty sure Exosister is like fine, but it does get to play Dimension Shifter if it wants to, so I would love if they got rid of that possibility. I don't really have a problem with Exosister in Genesis format. I think it's a little weird that if it's putting up this performance, they are feeling like putting points on it. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, if the format would have self-regulated for this, like if people think Exosister is good, they bring it to tournaments, they don't perform well. Yes, the play rate for Exosister is high for these tournaments, but it would have gone down. That's just how it works, you know. If people realize, hey, we thought this deck was good, but then we brought it and it didn't work, they're going to play other decks often, unless they really like the deck, but it's fine because obviously the power level isn't too high, which is mainly what this should aim at, is like they should put points on decks that are too strong, which if you look at the numbers, Exosister is not too strong, right? So I think I think this is a little bit weird to put points on Exosister. It kind of goes against the philosophy of Genesis, I think. where you want to put points on the more powerful decks. But I guess popularity is a factor, and it was the second most popular deck across those tournaments. So I see why they're doing it. I don't necessarily agree with it. But if the points increase is small, then I think it's okay. Because the other thing you have to consider is like they are, if Exosister is the second most played deck right now, and you're putting points on the most represented deck, then by that logic, of course, the second most popular deck is going to gain a boost because it's no longer as hard to beat Cool Tune, for example, right? So this could also be somewhat of a preemptive hit to make sure that Exosister doesn't just replace Cool Tune as the by far most played deck. So I think it's okay. I think it's kind of whatever if the changes are not too large. They shouldn't give Exosister huge point increases for sure. That'd be weird. Okay, usage rate outliers engines. The prophecy has finally come true. Radiant Typhoon Vision finally showed up as a popular draw engine in non-Radiant Typhoon. What do you mean, finally come true? People have been doing this since the day that Radiant Typhoon Vision was printed. I vividly remember Pack, like the very first NAYCS, I think Pack qualified for the thing with Radiant Typhoon Vision in Memento. Like, well, everyone has been doing this. But okay, sure. How popular was it? More than 3 times as popular as the Radiant Typhoon deck itself. This is a big change from the invitational stage of the rollout where it was almost exclusively in Radiant. I don't know. I guess they do have the data, but this is the kind of the cue the Dexter meme where it's like I think this is wrong, but I can't prove it. I don't know. This card always felt popular. I played against this card at my very first locals for Genesis format. People activated it in Pearly. I've seen people do it in Memento and everything. Dude, I don't know. I feel like this is not new, but I can't prove it. The Regenesis cards have spread outside of just Regenesis and Vanquish Soul, and at the same time, the actual Regenesis deck players have also been asking for a rebalance of their points, like we did for Adventure and Branded. Yes. Regenesis is also something that, like, the Regenesis archetype is really cool, but it does have a problem, which is that you have a very accessible Omni Negate that you can splash in technically any deck, and that is going to be very cheap. I think they should try to find a way to make it so that the pure Regenesis deck is playable, but not every deck can play Regenesis just to slap an Omni Negate onto the board. That is something I would like to see. I think the Regenesis engine is a little bit overused in other decks and not really in Regenesis itself. How many points is the Regenesis engine? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's just the spell that has like an outrageous amount of points. Like the Regenesis Searcher spell is like 33 or something. So, and as a result of that, it basically makes it so pure Regenesis is completely unplayable because you need the consistency spell. And what the other decks are doing is they just don't play the spell. They simply just play the monsters and call it a day. And then they go like, oh, activate Regenesis Archfiend by having Heavy Borger in hand and then search an Omni Negate, right? So it is just like it's just the thing where like we've talked about this even when Genesis came out, right? When they announced it, with the whole searcher thematic, I think is not super well handled in Genesis right now. I think the Rhoda spells, like the searching, the consistency should not be that limited in Genesis format. I think consistency is fine because the goal of Genesis is to provide more balanced gameplay. So if the things that you can search, if the things that you can do are balanced, it's no problem if they're consistent, okay? So Regenesis as a deck, in terms of its power level, is completely fine. There's no reason for Regenesis itself to be inconsistent, right? You should handle the negation, right? Like they could make Sage incredibly expensive and all the other Regenesis stuff free, and then maybe you can play Regenesis, but you can choose, do I play Sage or do I play non-engine, right? But like the searching power isn't really the problem here. I agree. This needs rebalancing. I think they can put Regenesis Archfiend and the Regenesis spell at very low points, maybe like 5 or 10. But then they should put the Omni Negate at like 50 or something, and then it's fine, right? Let's say Sage is 50, Archfiend is 5, and the spell is 5. You can still play pure Regenesis with 1 Sage if you want to. That would be 80 points total. That would be very low on non-engine. Or you could play Regenesis without the Omni Negate for 30 points for the entire engine. And this gives you a real deck building decision, all right? This is something you can decide between. You can be like, okay, do I spend 50 points on Sage or do I spend 50 points on non-engine? This, in my opinion, would encapsulate the spirit of Genesis format if you have a true choice on what to do. It's kind of like how it works with Vanquish Soul right now, right? Like with Vanquish Soul, you can technically play the engine in a bunch of different combinations, right? Like you can play 2 Holly Sue if you want to, but it'll cost you 66 points. If you want to play 2 Holly Sue and 3 Raisin, that's 99 points. You can't even play Jiao Long at all. But a lot of people have been doing 1 Holly Sue so they can play some non-engine, right? And this is a good example of the Genesis point system working. And I think they should apply it to more archetypes. And Regenesis they just slapped for Regenesis itself, they just slapped a huge amount of points on the most important card in the archetype, making the archetype in its pure form basically unplayable. And so everyone is just splashing it for the Omni Negate, which is not a very good execution. So this is good. In this category will be some changes to Punk, as well as Medeus the Pure and Theorealize, which now appear as engines across 3 different decks. Okay, we'll have to wait and see what that exactly looks like. Usage rate outliers non-engine. This is where Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit and friends will appear. Cool Tune is really messing with the numbers in this category, since as a synchro deck, it's very tuner heavy, and the Ghost Girls are all tuners, so this gets tricky. But a card like Ash Blossom is definitely creeping up in usage, so it's going to be up in cost. It's still showing up in less than a quarter of North American decks, by the way, and even fewer in Europe. At the same time, Droll has dropped in use, no surprise, so will decrease a little bit, but not down to where it was before. Okay, this is awful news. This is terrible. This is a terrible decision. No one, literally no one, okay? No one who has played Genesis format since they reduced Droll and Lockbird has said, oh, damn, I wish Droll and Lockbird was less, all right? Everyone was happy about this. You increased Droll and Lockbird so people would stop playing it. That was the goal of this. This is what everyone was screaming out of their lungs, that they wanted this. No one wanted to play against Droll and Lockbird. Why are you incentivizing people to put Droll and Lockbird back into their decks? This is crazy. This is literally crazy. There is no deck in the format right now that needs to be kept in check by Droll and Lockbird or something, right? This is something I would understand this, okay? If like Dark World FTK was popping up or whatever. I know there's people playing Exodia right now, but this is something you should handle. The solution to Exodia is not that people spend their valuable Genesis points on Droll and Lockbird, okay? The solution is not Droll. The solution is just put damn points on the FTKs, okay? But sure, I look, this sounds really bad and they should not do this, but I guess we'll have to wait and see how exactly they're going to point it. But I don't know, man. This is weird. The whole Ghost Sister category is also weird. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit does not strike me as a problematic card in Genesis format. I think putting some more points on Ash Blossom is okay, I think. But the other ones have all felt incredibly fair and balanced and even mediocre. The only deck that really feels like it wants to use them is Cool Tune. So if you wanna hit, here's the thing, right? They're saying like Cool Tune is messing with the numbers in this category since it's a synchro deck and it's very tuner heavy and the Ghost Girls are tuners, so this gets tricky. It doesn't get tricky, all right? If the cards are only popular because of Cool Tune, then put points on Cool Tune. It's the most played deck already, and you acknowledge that like, oh well, Ghost Ogre's numbers are up because Cool Tune has synergy with it, so Cool Tune is playing it. No, just hit Cool Tune. It's not that hard. It's not that tricky. There's no reason to punish everyone else for Cool Tune being the most popular deck, because Ghost Ogre in general was a really fair pointed non-engine. Like almost no other deck is playing Ghost Ogre for good reason. Like just put points on Cool Tune. It's not that hard. Really not that hard. So this paragraph is weird to me. I'm not a fan of this philosophy that's applied here. The standard side deck. Over 60% of all competitors' side decks started with 3 DD Crow, Cosmic, and Ultimate. You're not putting points on those. There's no way. Most extra decks began with Garua, Belong, Meteorologic Aggregator. More than half of duelists played Dark Ruler. These and similar cards will no longer be free and will cost points simply because of the basic Genesis rule. Heavily played cards go up, less played cards go down. Okay, this is crazy. The thing here is that this is not a problem with those cards. This is not a problem with DD Crow, Cosmic Cyclone, Ultimate Slayer, or Dark Ruler no more. All of those cards are completely fine in Genesis format. And I'm gonna be honest with you, this is quite frankly just a natural phenomenon of this format and the side deck in general. All right. So how this is going to work, and this is very basic deck building logic for Genesis format. You only have 100 points at your disposal. So what you're going to do is you're going to try to spend those points as efficiently as possible. And this means you want to put cards that have points on them into your main deck. So you have a chance to see them in all 3 games. Most of the time, this is true. Maybe 99% of the time, all of the cards that have points should be in your main or extra deck. So you have access to them in all 3 games. Because the cards that have points to them are the cards that are more powerful. So you want to put the cards in your deck in all 3 games, right? Maybe there's a few very small exceptions, like maybe in a certain format, a card like Nibiru or Molcharmi Fualos is really good against one specific deck, but you don't want to main deck it because it's not good against some others, but you really need an answer to those decks, and then you decide to spend like a couple of points in your side deck on a Nibiru or something. That's fine, but 99% of the time, it's better to put the cards that have points into your main deck. As a result of this, there will always be a list of cards that are the best cards for 0 points. There will always be like your top 5 cards for 0 points that you can side deck, right? If it's not DD Crow, it's maybe Skullmeister. If it's not Cosmic Cyclone, maybe it's Mystical Space Typhoon. If it's not Ultimate Slayer, it's maybe Illusion Gate, now with Maze of Muertos. There's always going to be like your top 5, top 10 free cards to put in the side deck that everyone is going to put in their side deck. This will not change anything. This is just going to make going second after siding even harder because you're making the few tools that they have expensive now, right? These cards, even if they cost, literally, even if they cost 3 points, they will probably vanish from the format because people are not going to main deck Cosmic Cyclone, and people are not willing to spend points on their side deck. So Cosmic Cyclone, honestly, might as well, if you put it at 3 points, you might as well put it at 100 because people are not going to play 9 points Cosmic in their side deck. It's not going to happen. So you're gonna kill these cards basically completely. The only card, I mean, I guess if DD Crow is really cheap, maybe people are going to start main decking DD Crow. If Ultimate Slayer is really cheap, maybe some board breaker decks are going to main deck Ultimate Slayer, but you basically just kill these from the side deck completely. This just like, to me, this paragraph is like just a fundamental misunderstanding of deck building in Genesis format. Like, this is just something that I don't know. This one is just like, what do you think is going to happen if you put points on Crow, Cosmic, and Ultimate Slayer? People are just going to stop playing them completely, which is not good. That is not the goal here. That should be your goal with cards like Droll and Lockbird that are not fun. Your goal with Droll and Lockbird should be people should stop playing this card completely. That's your goal with Droll. Okay, that's gonna make people happy. With DD Crow, Cosmic, and Ultimate Slayer, your goal should be for people to play these cards. These cards are fun. These cards are interactive. These cards are completely fair in Genesis format. No one's ever complained about Cosmic Cyclone. All right, there's no need to eliminate Cosmic Cyclone from your format. So this confuses me, but I guess, and this is the thing, right? It doesn't really bother me that much because I'm not really attached to these cards. But the thing is, it's not going to do what they're hoping for it to do. It's not going to diversify the side deck. It's just going to find, there's going to be replacements. There's going to be the next couple of free side deck staples, and people are going to play those. This is the thing. Staples inherently are not a bad thing. There needs to be cheap accessible, free side deck staples for Genesys, because that's how the format works. All right. Low usage decks players like. We'll be taking another pass over the points list, looking for decks players seem to like but feel the points are a bit too heavy on. The poster deck here is shockingly Dragon Rulers. Okay, never mind. This update is based. This is the best update ever. We've imagined what it would be like to travel back in time a decade and tell our younger selves how much player want fewer restrictions on the Dragon Rulers, would have laughed ourselves out of the room, and yet here we are. Hell yeah! Reduce those Dragon Rulers. They can be free. Make them free. Make them 0 points. All of them. I can be trusted. Low usage engine, non-engine. There are several cards undergoing point decay right now due to rarely or never appearing in decks. Okay, FTKs and pseudo FTKs. Since we want to keep these out of Genesys, some miscellaneous cards, mostly draw spells, will be getting points tacked on. A few people tried some FTKs at these events. They didn't do so hot, but it's the only way to be sure. After we make this update, we're going to leave things alone the end of the Genesys Celebration event. There will be another update for the launch of Blazing Dominion on its premiere event weekend, just like we did for Burst Protocol. If something pressing comes up during the next month and a half, we'll address it so players can get ready for YCS Columbus on May 23rd. Just keep on posting those deck lists using hashtag yugioh. Okay. Yeah, there's an Exodia FTK going around, and I've already seen people like, oh, they should put the Exodia head at 100 points. But then in response to that, I've seen people post other versions of the FTK that work without Exodia. So realistically, the answer, or like what they're doing here, I think is the correct way to do it. I think you just need to put a limit on a bunch of these draw spells. That is just something that needs to happen. The ability to draw your entire deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is always going to lead to very problematic things. And so they should be putting points on a bunch of generic draw spells. I think they can all be relatively cheap so that if you want to play one of them, like let's say you want to play Allure of Darkness, that should be accessible, right? Like Allure should not be like 30 points because Allure of Darkness itself is not a problem. The problem is when these kind of cards reach critical mass. So you should probably put some points on like trade in, like give it like 3 points or 5 points for trade in, whatever. Like put some points on Allure, some points on trade in, some points on Upstart, some points on Into the Void. Like all of those cards should just have a couple of points on it so that you cannot play too many of them together. How many points exactly on each individual card? I don't know. You'd have to run the math on how likely it is you can still draw your entire deck with a certain number of these cards. But like in general, they should just make sure that this sort of thing isn't possible. Roadmap Q&A. We noticed some common questions popped up, so we wanted to address them here. For big top events where Genesys and Advanced Format main events both happen, will day one of the main event be Friday and day one of the other main event be Saturday, so I can shoot for day 2 of each event by playing in day 1 of both? For WZQ and YCS, yes. Yes! Oh, that's big. That's big. But not until after YCS Columbus. Yeah, who cares? Oh, that's huge. I love that. NA article. Yeah, but like, look, if NA is doing this, there's no way EU is not doing the same because EU venues are already open on the Friday. And they have public events on the Friday already. There's no way this is not going to happen in EU as well if NA does it. This is awesome. This is honestly, this is one of the most important things about Genesys, at least in the early stages, I think, because as of now, Genesys is not big enough to, I think, sustain like a lot of people choosing the Genesys event over the YCS event. This is massive because this way you get advanced constructed players interested in Genesys format. This is an awesome experience. What does this mean? Okay, so this means when you travel to a YCS event, right? The advanced constructed main event is happening Saturday and Sunday, right? You have day 1, where you play usually 9 rounds of Swiss. You try to qualify for day 2, and then day 2 is the remaining Swiss rounds and top cut for advanced constructed format, Saturday and Sunday, right? Previously, or at YCS Dortmund, the Genesys event was happening at the same time. Day 1 for Genesys was on Saturday. So you had to decide between Advanced Constructed, and Genesys. Technically, you could. It started a little bit later, so if you like dropped after round 2, you could have entered Genesys. But for anyone who's doing decently well in the main event, they could not play Genesys. They had to pick. What this means now is Genesys day 1 will be on Friday. So you travel to the YCS. The venue is already open on Friday, which is already the case. Anyways, people are playing side events on Friday already in the EU. Day 1 for Genesys is Friday. All right. If you qualify for day 2 of Genesys, that is happening on Sunday. So you have a break on Saturday basically for Genesys. If you qualify for day 2, so you can still play the Advanced Constructed main event. The only way this is ever a conflict for you is if you make day 2 in both tournaments. Let's say you go X1 in Genesys, so you're qualified for Sunday in Genesys, and then you go X1 in the main event as well, so you're qualified for day 2 in the main event. You're going to have to pick one on Sunday. You're going to have to decide, like, do I want to continue the Genesys run, or do I want to continue the advanced format run? Still, this is an incredibly good thing from my perspective. I can tell you this was how it was in Europe before Dortmund. For YCS Bologna, this is how it worked. We had Genesys qualifiers on the Friday, which I played on the Friday. I brought my Genesys deck to Bologna, and on Friday I played a Genesys qualifier, and I qualified for Sunday in Genesys. Then I played the main event on Saturday for Advanced Constructed, and I also made day 2 in that. So I didn't end up playing Genesys on Sunday. But it was still a good feeling throughout all of Saturday to basically have that day 2 qualification in the bag already. It was really cool. I had fun playing Genesys on Friday, and it gave me something to do on Sunday if I didn't do well in the main event. And this is, I think, a huge motivation for people to pick up Genesys. Because if you have to decide between Advanced Constructed and Genesys format, as of now, we have to face that reality. The majority of people are going to pick advanced format. People at the moment care more about advanced format than Genesys. If you force people to decide between the two, a lot of people will pick advanced. Not everyone, not everyone. Some people did play Genesys at YCS Dortmund, of course. But like, this is big, right? I still want the Genesys YCS and Advanced YCS to have different prices. The rest I'm happy with now. That's up for debate, but as of now, yes. As of now, the announcement was the Genesys events are going to have regular YCS pricing, right? Regular YCS pricing. So you can basically, if you travel to a YCS and you're playing Genesys and Advanced Constructed, you have 2 full-fledged YCS events that you can play in, which is awesome. That is straight up awesome. This is big. I honestly, the fact that they started doing Genesys day 1 on Saturday was one of my least favorite things for Genesys. Okay, but this overall, there's some point changes in here that I don't fully agree with, but ultimately they're not going to ruin my enjoyment of the format, like unless they put draw to like 5 points or some shit. But I'm sure they won't do that. But like, I don't agree that they're going to put some points on Cosmic Cyclone, all right? But some points on Cosmic Cyclone are not going to ruin my interest in Genesys format. Like, it'll be fine. This is a much bigger positive than any of the other things in here were negatives, in my opinion. This outweighs all of the things that we've read before. This is awesome. I was hoping Genesys would be a lower power format. Can that be fixed? This can already be done. One of the beautiful things about Genesys is that the tournament organizer can just adjust the cap. Setting the point cap to 50 or 25 cuts the power level of the tournament decks considerably. A 10-point cap limits the use of point-costed cards to only the smallest point cost, and only a handful of those. A 0-point cap cuts them out entirely. Ask your tournament organizer to try different caps if that's what you're looking for. Okay, right now, I don't really see people doing this. Right now, the standard for Genesys is just 100 points, and everyone is kind of like playing by those rules. I can imagine it would be pretty hard to find enough people and get them interested in like playing a lower cap. In theory, this is fun. I think it's something that would eventually happen once Genesys grows a little bit larger. Like, I think at the moment Genesys is still like in the early phases, and it still needs to grow a little bit before people start experimenting with variations of the format, right? Like the 100 point standard for now is what the community is playing, right? This is good. People are starting to get interested in this format. Once the format is big, I'm sure there's going to be enough people who are going to experiment with like higher or lower cap. I think right now, this is not really something that's going to happen too often until the format has kind of like established itself, right? The whole balancing would need to be reworked for this. I think if you go down in points, it's fine. But you are correct with saying like, oh, the whole format is balanced around 100 points. So if you change the cap, it kind of ruins some things. I would say like if you go up with the cap, I think it'll be pretty crazy. Like if you go up in points, then a lot of combinations become legal that shouldn't be legal, which is weird. I think if you go down in points, it's probably okay. Right? I think going down in points, you just lower the power level, period. Like that's just how it's gonna go. Yeah. What data do you use for point adjustments? Tournament data is first and foremost, so we've been relying on the Invitational and the YCS. We also look at decks shared with the Genesys hashtag. But the big news recently was the addition of Genesys to Neuron. Oh, I didn't notice this. When more local official tournament stores get patched into submitting decks result via Neuron, we'll finally have the continuous stream of data that we've been waiting for all along. We've been building Genesys brick by brick during this early access period, and it's been coming together very nicely. Thank you everyone for your enthusiasm and patience. Okay. It's an interesting update. It's kind of like more than I was expecting, since this was not the points changes directly. Those are coming out soon. But okay, so TLDR, very good structural changes for Genesys. This, I cannot stress enough how big this is for the general interest in Genesys. If people are able to play this format at YCSs without having to skip the advanced constructed main event, that is massive. So structurally, this is a very, very good announcement for Genesys. It's insanely good. The points themselves, you know, points on FDKs, good. Points on low usage stuff, good. The standard side deck changes, I don't personally agree with. They should put more points on Cool Tune rather than Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Repointing Regenesis, for example, is good. Putting points on Vision is good. Putting some points on Exosister is questionable because it's not performing well. But yeah, okay. All things considered, structural change is really good. The other changes, kind of whatever, or meh. But okay, fine. 0 Floodgate mentions. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I don't know why they refuse to talk about Dimensional Fissure, Dimension Shifter, Gravity Collapse, or whatever it's called. Like, I do not understand. The whole premise of this format was to eliminate those cards, and now it's been pretty... Like, we've been playing this format for months now, and everyone is happy that there's less floodgates. That's the point. That's one of the main things that gets people interested in the format, actually. But somehow we're just struggling to put points on the last couple ones that people are actually playing. Like, what the hell? Like, why are we not doing that? No, Vision is based. Vision is based, but here's the thing. This does not kill Vision, right? They can just put... If they put 5 points on Vision, you can still play the card. They just don't consider banishing as a floodgate, it seems. Well, yeah, if you think banishing all of your opponent's cards is not a floodgate, you're kind of crazy. But okay. All right. Enough Genesys talk. Now things are getting serious. We have a new pack in the shop. And it's got Radiant Typhoon in full power, including the Link monster and including Sheena. So we're going to take a look at that. I've already built the deck before the stream started. We can take a look. I have two versions. I have one with Featherstorm and one without. But yeah. Besides Radiant Typhoon, we've got Doom Z in here, which seems like it is just the first wave of Doom Z. There's none of the new power patrons yet and stuff like that. So I don't know how good these cards are. I might experiment with them at some point. But I don't know. The second wave is there as well. No, I didn't mean it in like the actual TCG waves. I meant like, okay, there's more support that we don't have yet. I didn't. The third wave is missing. Okay, yeah, but yeah, sure. And then there's Goki and Assault Mode, which for the means of competitive Master Duel, you can probably ignore. Dominus Spiral is fine. A decent card, actually, but hasn't really seen any play in TCG. I doubt it will in Master Duel for now. The big news from this pack is literally just Radiant Typhoon. All right. So Radiant Typhoon as a deck, I'm just gonna go over it real quickly for the people that have not played TCG and are mainly here just for Master Duel. We're gonna go over what this deck does really quickly and explain some of the cards in it, and then we'll jump into some latter games to try and find out how good the deck really is. And this deck is promising because it has it's been doing very well in the TCG recently. It's not been as successful in the OCG, so we'll have to see exactly how that's going to play out because the TCG is a lower powered format than Master Duel. I would also assume that people are decently interested in this deck because the number of URs in the archetype are actually not that high. It is just Eldam, Radiant Typhoon Vision, and Radiant Typhoon Phonix and Sheena, but Sheena and Phonix are usually not even 3-ofs. I mean, Sheena can be a 3-of, but yeah. So, and then we'll also talk about the elephant in the room in a second. But Radiant Typhoon is a deck that has cards that... It's probably best to think of this deck as different categories of cards. The first category is the small main deck monsters. We've got Megala, Eldam, and Swen. These all have the same effect of if you have Mystical Space Typhoon in your graveyard or the opponent has no spell traps, you can just summon them from your hand. And then Swen on summon is going to search a Radiant Typhoon spell trap or MST. And Eldam is the same thing, but it searches a Radiant Typhoon monster instead of a spell trap or MST. And Radiant Typhoon Megala is also special summoned if the opponent has no spell traps or you have MST in your graveyard. And then it says if a Radiant Typhoon Quick Play or MST is activated, you can summon a Radiant Typhoon from your deck with a different name than the cards you control. So these are basically your starters. These are what makes the deck like flow. They create card advantage. They search your pieces together. That's why you usually play 3 Eldam and 3 Swen. And then the next category of cards is the big Radiant Typhoon monsters. We've got Crocea, we've got Varurun, and we've got Phonix. These all have a summoning mechanic when a quick play spell card is activated. Now for these, it's any quick play spell. This also includes stuff that isn't Radiant Typhoon or Mystical Space Typhoon, and it also includes your opponent's quick play spell cards. So if your opponent activates a quick play spell, you can summon these from your hand. So Phonix, if a quick play is activated, summon it from your hand. And Crocea also has the same effect. The difference is that the level 9 monsters can also summon themselves from the graveyard if Mystical Space Typhoon specifically is activated. This is something that both Varurun and Phonix do. If Mystical Space Typhoon is activated, they come back from the graveyard. The important thing to know about these two is that this effect is a different effect than the one that summons them from hand. You know, a lot of cards have this effect, like summon this card from your hand or graveyard, like the Fire King Garunix. For these cards, it's a separate effect. So you can summon them technically twice per turn. You can summon them from your hand if a quick play spell is activated, and then if they end up in the graveyard and then MST is activated, they can come back. This is something that, especially with Phonix, sometimes it comes up because this thing has 3000 attack, that you can like attack with it, then you like, I don't know, droplet it away or something, and then you activate MST, and then it comes back, and then it attacks again in the same battle phase. It doesn't happen very often, but it can come up. It's important to know this. Or if you've summoned it from your hand previously, and then you link it off, and then you MST, and then it comes back again. So that's a thing. Radiant Typhoon Crocea is probably the most important and most powerful card of the archetype. If this card is normal or special, you can add a Radiant Typhoon card or Mystical Space Typhoon from deck and grave to your hand, which means this card just adds 2 cards on summon. And it's, of course, very easy to summon because if any quick play spell is activated, you just special summon it. Also, it can't be destroyed while the opponent has no spell traps. So this is the main card advantage piece for the deck, but it does lock you into wind monsters. Vararoon is a monster negate if you have MST in your grave, and you can even destroy if you have 2 Mystical Space Typhoons in your grave, which is very important. And Phonics is removal because it shuffles up to 2 cards into the deck if a quick play spell is activated. All of this is trigger effects, so they will not chain to a quick play spell. They also cannot be chain blocked. They will trigger on a new chain after the quick play spell card has resolved, which is important to know. And then the last category of cards is the spell traps, I guess, which is also interesting because all of the Radiant Typhoon quick plays have 2 abilities, and you can use both of these per turn. So if you ever draw a multiple of a Radiant Typhoon quick play spell, it's important to know that you can use them twice for the different effects. So all of them have the same secondary effect of adding Mystical Space Typhoon from deck or graveyard to your hand. That's what every other Radiant Typhoon quick play also does this. And then they are different in the first effect. So for Radiant Typhoon Chant, you can add a level 4 or lower Radiant Typhoon monster from your deck to your hand. So consistency. Radiant Typhoon Vision is draw 2 and then discard a Radiant Typhoon or quick play. Radiant Typhoon Ascendance is revive a level 6 or lower Radiant Typhoon from your grave. They also have a Foolish Burial, which I chose not to play, but technically Manifestation is send a Radiant Typhoon from deck to grave. And then they have a Trap card, which is very interesting because it recycles quick play spells from your grave to draw a card and then boost your wins by 300. But also, this card makes it so Mystical Space Typhoon finally negates. When Mystical Space Typhoon is activated, once per chain, you can target a face-up card your opponent controls, negate its effects. So if you have the trap card set up, what you're going to do is you're going to activate MST, and then you're going to say chain this to negate any card on the field. So MST now will actually negate, and not only spell traps, it also negates monsters if you want to. So you can, like, your opponent normal summons a monster, activates the effect, you chain MST on something else, chain Mandate to negate the monster effect. This can be chain blocked. This has to directly chain to Mystical Space Typhoon. If you don't chain to Mystical Space, if you can't chain to Mystical Space Typhoon directly, then you can't do this. So, for example, your opponent normal summons Elemental Hero Stratos. You go chain MST because you want to negate it with Mandate, and then your opponent chains another quick effect. You would have to chain another MST to that, right? Now, because this deck is centered around Mystical Space Typhoon, of course, the card is in this deck, but it's a 3-of. And sometimes you're going to run into scenarios where your opponent does not have spell traps. And then the question is like, hey, what do I do with my Mystical Space Typhoon? I want to activate it to negate their card, but there's no spell traps on my opponent's side of the field. What do I do? In order for the deck to not lose as much card advantage when you have to MST your own things, which does happen, all of the Radiant Typhoon spells or traps have the same clause, which says if this card is destroyed by the effect of Mystical Space Typhoon, you can set this card. All of them have this effect, and this is also not once per turn. You can self MST the same card over and over and over again if you want to. So that is important to know, and it happens very often that you MST your own quick play spells to reset them so you can use them on the next turn again. And then we've got Radiant Typhoon Vararoon, which is their link to. Technically both of these are called Vararoon. This one is Radiant Typhoon Vararoon, the Vibrant Vortex. And this one is Radiant Typhoon Vararoon, the Marine Eidolon. 2 Radiant Typhoon monsters. If this card is link summoned, you can add MST from deck or grave. You can target 2 face-up monsters on the field, including a Radiant Typhoon, place them in the spell trap zones. If a quick play spell is activated, you can place Radiant Typhoon, continuous trap from your deck or grave face up on your field. This is how you get access to the trap for free and get it into rotation. It's really nice that it's face up as well, because that way you can use the draw effect immediately on the first turn. So this deck has a very strong resource loop because you just keep summoning your monsters, you keep searching your quick play spells and your mystical space typhoons, you keep drawing cards with Radiant Typhoon Mandate, you have monster negation with Vararoon, you have removal with Phonix and Radiant Typhoon and the other Vararoon, I guess. And then you just try to outgrind the opponent and reset your spells, get your MSTs back and stuff like that. This deck also has synergy with Harpy's Featherstorm. All right, we have to talk about this card. This is, of course, everyone who's played this game is probably familiar with this card because it's been played at some point in time. This could be a problem because this card is really, really busted. And this deck has Wind-Winged Beasts. Crocea is a Wind-Winged Beast. The other ones are not, but Crocea is very easily accessible, so... This card was banned in the TCG before this deck even came out, because they thought it would not be good if these two existed together. Which was a very good call and a very good decision, I feel like. But Master Duel has decided to leave this card at 3 for the release of Radiant Typhoon. So how good exactly, how broken is it going to be? I would assume going to be very broken. Still, you could make the argument that, like, for going second, you would rather have other non-engine. This is something that remains to be seen. I will also say you can activate this card from your hand if you make Harpy Conductor, which is a Link 2. That requires 2 wins. But Harpy's Featherstorm has the potential to really ruin the experience of the Radiant Typhoon release. But I guess we'll have to wait and see how exactly. Yeah, other than that, the list is relatively straightforward. It's making use of Sheena, the Twin Tempest of Celestial Thunder, which is also a new card that is not a Radiant Typhoon card, but it's just generic wind support. It's if you have a wind monster and your opponent activates a card or effect, you special summon this card, and then you return all monsters on the field to the hand if a monster was activated, or you return all spell traps if a spell trap was activated. This card's really powerful. You can't really search it unless you want to play Magnamut, but it's a really, really powerful card. So I wanted to include it. I struggled to fit all 3 because I wanted to try the Featherstorm. I also have a version without Featherstorm for some more consistency, because consistency is the one slight problem of this deck. You know, you do have 3 Eldam, 3 Swen, 3 Chant as your main 1-card starters. And then you have Crocea with any quick play spell that plays, and then sometimes Megala with a quick play spell. It's not the most consistent deck, which could be a problem. Which is also why we're playing the 1 of Pot of Extravagance. In TCG, they often play 3 of this, but we can only play 1 in Master Duel. Oh yeah. I have a list without Featherstorm, which we can also try later. In this one, I have decided to play an additional copy of Radiant Typhoon Ascendance, a copy of Talents in case we get hand trapped, and a copy of Noble Knight's Shield Bearer. This card, alongside Fire Formation Tenki, are options if you want to increase the consistency in the deck, because this thing, you can just banish it from your hand to add a level 6 or lower Wind Beast from your deck to your hand, which adds Eldam, and then Tenki can add Swen, because Swen is a Beast Warrior. I've chosen to play this one because it can't get destroyed by Mystical Space Typhoon. That's the reason why I wanted Shield Bearer over Tenki, but technically both of these are good starters for this deck. So if you want to play more consistency, you can do that. If you want to play more board breakers like Super Poly over hand traps, you can also do that. This is just the first draft of the list. You know, cards like Fuva, cards like Ash. There are versions of this deck that just play less of those, and they just want to play more quick play spells like Super Polymerization. You do have the extra deck space for it. There's no problem here. The extra deck is just the most important thing is the Link 2. Everything else is just a couple of utility cards for wind monsters and wind rank 9, wind rank 3s, the Wind Charmer, SP. Like it's just generic toolbox in the extra deck, nothing too important. But yeah. Yes. The only thing I want to mention before we start hopping into some games is that this deck or this engine also has a lot of potential in other strategies. We are going to focus we're going to focus on pure Radiant Typhoon today, but you can play Radiant Typhoon Vision can be played in a lot of decks. We're going to be trying Sky Striker with this too soon. Because draw 2, discard a quick play spell is a good effect in a lot of different decks. People have been playing this a ton in the TCG in a bunch of different decks to make them more consistent. So this is an awesome card that we can play in a lot of different decks, which is awesome. But also Eldam and Swen, Crocia locks you into wind monsters, but Eldam and Swen do not. So a lot of decks in the TCG have been using these as just really high quality extenders, right? You can just go special summon Swen, add Chant, add Eldam, special Eldam, search another monster, and you have 2 level 3 bodies for free on the board. This is something that people have been doing this in Malice to make Cherubini as a way to send Dormouse from deck to grave and then banish it without using your normal summon. So this is something that people have been doing. In Master Duel, we can make you can make Fiendsmith with this. Moon of the Closed Heaven exists, right? So you can do that. There's a lot of potential with these cards. People have been doing it in Yummy. Radiant Typhoon Tri-Brigade has won a YCS recently in the TCG. So there's a lot of potential for these cards outside of pure Radiant Typhoon. We are going to focus on pure Radiant Typhoon today, but there's a lot of experimentation to be had with these cards, and I just wanted to get that out there. You know, these cards are really high quality. The only problem in Master Duel is because it's best of 1. I don't know how good this is going to be to just splash Eldam and Swen, because if you're going second and you don't have MST in your grave and your opponent has back row, these are all normal summons. Which is also why Malice in the TCG is only side decking these cards for going first. Because then your opponent has no spell traps, of course. But in Master Duel, where there's no post side, I don't know if this engine is going to be as good. But yeah, okay. All right, on to the games. Actually, no, hold up. I have exactly 50 gems, and I'm spending my last 50 gems on the cow icon. Let's go. The cow from Heavy Storm, very important. Okay. It's actually the one from Tornado Dragon. It's always the same. Why no Apex Avian with Samorg? We have too much back row. We can't summon it. Not how the card works. The Samorg is banned in TCG. I have no idea if it's even necessary, but honestly, I ran out of important things for the extra deck. I just put in the Samorg, but I don't think we'll need it. Okay, Fuva resolved. This is another thing about this deck. Fuva is actually not that good against it. And we've run into Yummy. Okay, well, Fuva is good here. Lost. Okay, I'm feeling good about this because I feel like they don't have... I feel like they don't have Ash Blossom, so I'm not going to get Max Seed or anything like that. With my Ash now. Ooh, they're playing Sulfa Court as well. I think I can let this go through. Okay. They would have probably ashed my Fuwa. Oh wait, we have to vision draw before this resolves. Yeah, we have to chain. Oh, they purge it anyway. Why not draw phase vision? Because I wasn't toggled on. I should have toggled on. Okay. Gonna add Mystical Space Typhoon. I think I'll just hit the back row. Ooh, we've got an animation now. Okay, that's cute. And there we go. Special Swen. We now have Mystical Space Typhoon in the grave, so we can special all of them. This is fine. Up C. And do I want to Ash Cupsy? Honestly, probably yes. I don't know what else I want to Ash. They have Sulfur Cord Happiness in hand. Yeah. This leads to a lot of card advantage. It leads to Cupsy in rotation, which draws them an unknown card. First game and we drew Mandate. Yep. We can discard it for Radiant Typhoon Vision and then place it with the Link 2. Ooh, this is neat. They're going to replace the field spell. And then they can add the other field spell back to their hand with the Marshmallow. Because they chained this way around. Not bad. But go Megala. It's always Eldam first, I think. They just book Megala? No, I can chain. If I summon Megala and they chain Snatchy, I can chain Vision. Sheena is not searchable? No, Sheena is not searchable. Okay, they book now. Ooh, in defense mode. Okay, I think I win. Alright, discard Mandate. Activate Megala. Do I want to summon out the Varurun? I think there's no reason not to. Got no attack points, sadly, but fine. Summon Crocea from deck with Megala. This can still attack. We're gonna add... Okay, yeah. I would have loved to show off what else we could have done this turn, but it's fine. We would have still had a lot of setup there. That was a pretty sick turn. Okay. Probably should play this deck on toggle on when you go first, so you can vision in draw phase all the time. Does the summon from deck lock you into wins? Yes. Oh. Oh. A Featherstorm kind of game. Well, the problem is this hand is actually pretty bad into one hand trap. Yep. I legit cannot play the game. This is the problem, right? This is genuinely a problem of Featherstorm. Is like if this was a Noble Knight's Shield Bearer, I would be winning right now, right? But it's not. It's Featherstorm, which begs the question of, does this deck need Featherstorm? I'm not sure. I hope it's Odeon, I guess. Okay. Well, it's not yummy. I was waiting for this. I was waiting to play against someone on a stun deck with this deck. I shouldn't fire off all 3 MSTs immediately, I think. Nice try. Okay, now I'm a little sad. Now I'm a little sad I didn't hold 1 MST in hand. Okay. I think I have to draw with this vision. If I MST this card, I think I win, right? Special Swan, they negate with this. I make Link 2. Oh no, but then I don't have... Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we ran into this matchup so early. I needed this. And I guess I say this before we have technically won, but I'm pretty sure we are fine here. This guy. Honestly, I think I get rid of the bodies. I don't care about dimensional fissure. What happens? What happens if I use this on one of these? Do they go face up in the spell trap zone, like completely useless? I guess we'll try for science. I think that's how it works. That does make win or great fly. Oh, Featherstorm is live. Let's go. We made Featherstorm live. Does this have to go to grave? Destroyed by battle? No. I can also SP. I'm not locked. Ooh, some more. Oh, wait. Okay, I did not think that this was going to come up so early, but this is crazy here. Sack. 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 God, that's powerful. Goodbye, Odeon Andy. Stun someone else. Nice. This is like the one matchup where triple MST just beats them. So this game really showcased one of the biggest questions that I have is like, only because Featherstorm is possible in this deck, is it really the best way to play it? And I'm sure, oh my god, this hand sucks ass. Okay. Oh, this hand is bad. Oh, we bricked. We need to set this. Because this is my main concern about this deck, is consistency. Consistency is my main question. And Featherstorm does not help consistency. Oh, is it Striker with... No, it's not. Oh my god, that's the opposite. This Hoover better resolve after I drop it something. To be honest, I don't even know if it matters because I don't really play many hand traps I can draw into. Unless they use quick play spells. Then I could trigger like Phonics. Does the deck have any important one-ofs or can you play Desires? You cannot play Desires. You need the trap and you also need probably all 3 copies of MST. Sheena Crocea combo? Right, if I draw Crocea. If I draw Sheena, it works. So, should I just try to, like, droplet the Speeder. Oh, a quick play. You can't now? Yeah, this dodges, right? I don't have a spell to send in my spell deck. When your opponent activates a card or effect in response to your synchro. Okay, I'll do this now then. This is still Speeder? Yeah, but it's fine. I'm just gonna drop the Fuwa and hope it resolves. If not, then I lose because I bricked and they had 15 engine cards in their Junk Speeder deck. What do you want me to do? There's no need holding Droplet until the thing. If I know they have a way to dodge it anyway, so I might as well just resolve my Fuwa. Alright, GG's. Adding Ponix over a play. Yeah, I wanted, in case they had quick plays as part of their combo, I wanted more ways to put stuff in the way. Because I figured if they kept playing, I would win with the Fuwa anyways. And if not, I still have a decent chance to draw a play. Okay, it's a decent feather. It's a decent Fuwa to have against Ryziel. Mitsu Ryziel. Yeah, Mitsu Ryziel would be more of a problem. But it looks like their hand is very Ryziel heavy. I mean, so far I just know they have 2 ice. Don't even know if they play a target for it. Like another. Not everyone's playing Node. Okay. Nice. When is good to have? I will start Vision to draw. Okay. This means I will probably try to set up... What's the point of this? Okay. We'll probably just try to set up Featherstorm with as little summons as possible. Discard MST, yeah. Double Featherstorm, nice. Well, I doubt they have Ash. I drew Ash and Called By. So one more draw to get this in rotation is probably worth. Attack first. I don't want to play into Imperm. I'm okay doing less damage over getting Impermed if they top deck it with Maxi for my Crocea. I don't think the little bit of extra damage matters. They have Eclipse under it? Yeah, thankfully I know what Eclipse Twins does. I could self MST my Featherstorm so that I can hold Called By to protect the Crocea. It's probably good. Yeah, the button is glowing. I can't deny that. Can't draw with this turn because I resolved Extrav. And oh. Gonna have to disable my own Ash Blossom, but that's fine. Why can't I activate this? Did I not Extrav this game? Did that get negated? You can still shuffle and then gain. But isn't it mandatory to draw? Attack boost? Yeah, but it says apply the following effects in sequence. Shuffle them into the deck, then draw a card. You can always activate it even under draw? Really? You could try it now. All right, I'll try it. Okay, it still shuffles. I didn't think that was possible. Hello, Featherstorm. Do you have reboot? They have reboot. Dude, the one time I activate Featherstorm, man. Oh, I don't want another one. They have more targets for this. Ash is under cult. This is very losable now. What kind of Ryziel deck is this? Is it Mitsu Ryziel? Oh shit. Okay, the Tornado Dragon is good here. MST negate, it won't work. Destroy all monsters. Okay, this does not destroy the Crocea anyways. It just destroys this. That's fine. I wish it destroyed the Crocea actually, so I could bring it back with the spell. Okay, Haba, prayers. Set one. Tribute Haba from hand. Special food tool. This card is so strong, man. Oh, it's so good, man. Oh my god, it's so disgusting good. So disgustingly strong. Crocea back in hand, activate, trap, revive, bring out Crocea again. Oh my god. Does Sheena need to summon the bounce? Yes. Okay, I have a lot of knowledge about their hand, but I don't know exactly what it was. This should be in attack mode, actually. This thing is big. I forgot. 3,200 because of the trap resolving earlier. Mirror. I think they want to bring Futsu back out from hand. Yeah. So their hand is now what? Prayers and trap. I think I have to summon into this Futsu once. This is a little dangerous, but I think it's... It's fine. Featherstorm will be live next turn. Should have said a second one, I guess. I didn't want to risk clogging my back row with 2 Featherstorms, but yeah, probably. Give me Eldam. Timer gonna kill you next turn? Yeah, I need more practice with this deck for sure in Master Duel. Oh, battle phase before setting. Nice. Crocea is gonna survive. Oh, okay. Alright, they managed to clear nothing. Except for the Sheena. I didn't even know it was protected by battle the first time each turn. Okay, I need to hurry a little bit. Sheena is not searchable, no. Not in engine, at least. You can, yeah, you can crash wind to search it. That's true. am very low on time. Ah, dude, I thought I could go back. I searched one now. I wanted to choose a different card. I clicked cancel. That was one search now. That's bad. I'm gonna time out this game. This is definitely this was a one game, 100%. This is my bad. I don't have time. You think you'd enjoy this for Duelist Cup if you get the hang of the time? I enjoy this deck a lot. It's a very fun deck. And I'm already getting the feeling that I shouldn't be playing Featherstorm, because I would rather have the deck be more consistent. Like this hand again, it passes to Ash on Extravagance instantly. Okay. This is a very interesting dynamic in the mirror match. Why only one Megala? Oh, I should have done this the other way around. But, I mean, they're not gonna Ash now, I don't think. Okay, so I'm gonna get a monster search for Swen. I'll get Varurun. Swen. Oh yeah, I forgot about pot. I want to get an MST engrave before I summon Varurun. That's why I'm doing this. All right then. Guess I should have. I guess I should have friggin' max seed earlier. Didn't know they had two of them things. Ooh, that one has the animation. I guess that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I could have linked off the Varurun and then gotten it back, but I didn't want to be exposed to Nibiru. They probably don't play it. This is pretty good against 4 cards. And they still nib under Crocea. Oh, I thought Crocea was just extra deck. Oh no, it's not. Okay. One really annoying thing in the mirror match that really benefits the player going first is the fact that the trap also works when your opponent activates MST. So basically, in order for them to get an MST in the grave, they would just have to waste it, because I can always chain to it. I can always chain to it. How is this deck feeling? Pretty good, I would say. I'm not convinced we need the Featherstorm. I would actually prefer to play without it, but I want to try with it to make sure it's not completely broken. But it's a pretty good deck, I think. Which deck do you like more, Draco Tail or Radiant Typhoon? I think I vibe with Radiant Typhoon more, but they're both pretty good. Oh god, let me Ash the Noroi and hope they don't have an extender. Well played, Duelist. Well played. A great game has been played. Okay. Probably discard Droplet, normal summon Megala, activate space. After pot. I've been drawing Extravagance like it's my friggin' job, by the way. Dude! All 3 Link monsters as the first 3 banishes. Shut up. Well, that's not good, guys. Okay. Kurikara. Okay. Thank you for showing me your Kurikara. Appreciate that. Didn't want to show me that one, huh? Didn't want to show me that one. Well, I'll ash it anyways. See, it doesn't matter if we banish all 3 Radiant Typhoon Link monsters with Extravagance. It's fine. Quick toilet break. I'll be right back. All right. I wanna at least activate Harpy's Feather Storm once. Well, technically we've activated it once, but it got hit with Red Reboot. I want to activate it once before I take it out of the deck. Because look, we all knew when we assembled today on this Josh stream. All right, we all knew that Harpy's Feather Storm was not going to be in my deck for long. But I at least want to give it one activation. This hand is not great. It's probably, honestly, it's Eldam into Swen, and then I probably try to draw 2 with Vision. Do I summon the Phonics here? I think so. Because if I get Impermed on Eldam, I can't go Link 2 otherwise. I could also Tribute Summon Croceo. Wow. Or I could summon Crocea after I called by this Droll and Lockbird. Fine by me. That animation on that new Called by the Grave is so disrespectful, by the way. The only reason to have that card. Okay, I want Swen. Now we're gonna go Swen, search Vision, and Vision discard Mandate so that the Link can place it. They have something. I don't know what it is. Should I go Bamboozling Shadow before? Just in case? Well, if I knew I was going to draw Vararoon, then I wouldn't have to worry about monster effects at all, I guess. Alright. Droll and Lockbird is pretty good against this deck. I've been thinking about something that's like a little bit weird in Master Duel right now. Is like the non-engine you play is really polarizing right now. Like Molcharmi Fualos is really good against some decks, really bad against others. Same thing for Perulia, same thing for Droll. It's really awkward for the Duelist Cup, right? With a little bit at least. What about a small Malice engine? No. We've drawn Feather Storm, but going second. 60 cards. Oh my god. Okay, no extra deck shenanigans. That's good. That's good. Dogmatica Maximus. Do I have anything fancy in the extra deck that has a graveyard effect? I don't think so. This needs to be destroyed. Typhon and honestly, probably one of these. Oh, don't search Habakiri. Shut up. Okay. I don't know what that means. Oh, I know what that means. And that means nothing good. Uh-oh. Yeah, why would you mill one of those so that I would have a choice on what to give you? That makes no sense, yeah. Let's just leave all three in the deck. Would you swap the Feather Storms for Super Poly? I mean, Super Poly is fine, but like I'm yearning for more consistency in this deck, man. I don't know. I would probably play at least one like Shield Bearer, or you could play a second Megala. You could play more of the other quick plays. You could play a third Sheena as well. I don't know if I would play Super Poly. If this Featherstorm was Droll, it would be much appreciated. Droll and Lockbird is also an option, yeah. Is Forbidden Crown out? No. Ugh. We're not activating it today, chat. We're never getting to activate it. It was the worst card in my hand, so that's good. Uh-oh, Megazaborg. So, I can technically win without an extra deck. It's not the end of the world. No. It's still a lot we have to go through this year. Triple, Jurak, Duke of Demise. It's gonna be a lot. Is the deck list on Discord? Yes. I got to keep Totem Bird and SP Little Knight. That seems weird. Oh, it double hand loops. Cool. How important is Samorg in the extra deck? Not really important. I struggled to get to 15 cards in the extra deck because you really don't need anything other than the link. That was my starter. My only starter. Will you play Striker with Vision today? That's planned for tomorrow. Why is Ryza Chainlink 1? Because it's mandatory. What about the second meteor? They can't summon it right now. They don't have another Jurek engrave next to the Astero. Oh! I love that card so much, man. It's so fun to play with. Storm Forest. Where? Gina has hard ones per turn. Yeah. Yes. Gina has hard ones per turn. Can you imagine? How do they have so much time still? But they still have so many targets. Okay, we live. Okay. Why did we do that? I should have crosshair. Oh, we fought hard for this one. Oh, we fought hard for this one. Jesus Christ. Whew. Oh, that was stressful. That was stressful. Yeah, the more I'm playing today, the more I don't know why there's only 2 Sheenas in my deck and why there is Featherstorm. There's no way that's how it's supposed to be. Like this card is just too strong, man. This card is awesome. And the difference between this card and this card is that this card wins you games going second as well. It wins going first, it wins going second. This card is just like, we haven't even activated it a single time today. We tried to activate it once, but it got rebooted. I don't know. It doesn't really give the deck that much to have this auto win button. I feel like if I know how to play this deck well, I can probably win with most setups that usually Featherstorm would be activatable in. I don't know. I'm not convinced. But I did say I want to activate it at least once. Try Final Bringer? Ah, Final Bringer is not good. Would you play Terratop? No. This deck already has 6 Terratops. Purge or Spiral, any good in this? You can play Purge, yeah. Purge is fine. Why not 9? Well, I mean, Terratop is significantly worse in this deck than the others, because Terratop cannot make the Link 2 for Radiant Typhoon. Ash. Okay, I gotta Ash this and then hope. I gotta Ash this and hope they just play with exclusively Vanquistal. Because I can exclusively K9. I can beat K9, I think. With this hand is not the worst. Into K9, I think. Isn't this K9? I mean, yeah, but they always get K9 combo this way, but like this way at least. Okay, Jokul in hand now, which means the last card is another 5. It's a Lupus. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so 2 Ashes in hand, which I have called by for. Could be doable, actually. Noroi. Yeah. Is Tenki good in this? Yes, Tenki is good. The only problem with Tenki is that it's weak to removal. So if everyone else is also playing MST.deck, then I don't think Tenki is the best way to do it. But Tenki is technically a good consistency piece for this deck, yeah. Yeah, the alternative is Shield Bearer. And it clogs your back row later. Yeah, usually it should be fine because you can self-MST it, but yeah, technically Tenki is a little annoying if it's in your back row, yeah. Sometimes you do need all 5. That's true. Is a super poly package worth it? You definitely can. It's not bad. Saryuja incoming? Maybe. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, I don't think I can break this. I mean, it's not like the Max C1 card earlier would have made a difference because they had ashes anyways. But I just needed a live card here, and I could have played. Because yeah, now I have called by for Ash in hand. The horror gets destroyed in end phase. Yeah. Do you even want to give them back Ripper? I mean, right now, yeah, because this right now they don't have anything, right? They have 2 Ash Izuna. Not setting called. If I set called, they just bring back Lupus and I lose. Lisu. Okay, rock, sure. Adds back. Oh, I see. Ah, I see. Wait, but that loses to called by what they're doing. Oh, hello. Could have baited that called by last turn. So they're gonna have 2 Hollysues. Oh wait, they have Ash though. They have Ash. If I summon Crocea here. No. This. It's this and then tribute summon Crocea. So I can negate the thingy. Izuna Lupus, it's fine. They have Ash, Ash, Holly, Holly. They have Ash, Ash, Holly, Holly. Holly can reveal Holly to summon, right? I forget. One other, yeah. So they have right now. Right now, they cannot activate Lupus because Typhon is on the field and it's going to be too big. But I do need to go in. Okay. We are going to add. I think it's always Eldam. I think it's always Eldam, and then we can pivot into Swen or Megala after. Unless I want to start Swen for Chant. Swen for Chant for Eldam. And then I have Eldam and a monster and MST. No. No, I'd rather have a spell at the end of the searching chain than a monster, I think. Here's Lupus. And Holly Sue. So they have one rank 5 here to interrupt me, but I don't think there's a really problematic one. Because Nash Knight is gone. So it could make another Ripper, but those don't activate in hand. Jack pops. Yeah, okay. Okay, now they let me summon a rank 3. Yeah, Gossip Shadow. I don't know if I want to go Gossip Shadow, because that gives them a draw, which is really risky. No, it's not Gossip Shadow. I think it's just this. I can't summon Gossip Shadow, because if I summon Gossip Shadow and they draw a Dark for the Holly Sue, I think I explode. That's not okay. Cicada. Catch, target that, negates effects. You know? Okay, yeah, that's true. Cicada King. I kind of forgot about Cicada King. It targets? Yeah, Lupus is targetable. Do not have a Radiant Typhoon quick play in the grave, so I can't draw with Mandate. No wind in their grave. not play this perfectly. Should have left the link 2 on the board, because now my stuff isn't big enough to run over their stuff. This just summons Fuva, I think. Goated Fuva summoner. Fantastic Great Fly opportunity. Yeah, it was probably Great Fly, now that you say it. Ooh, not a dark, please. Okay, second Holly. Third Holly. Should be fine. Rain block this from Ash. They still have some plays. They can tribute summon the third Holly Sue and then make a rank 5. Which could lead to a Zeus, but I should beat Zeus in the long term. Because they can't, like, if they make Ripper now, they can't activate it, because if they activate it, I just chain Valrune and destroy it. I have 2 Space Typhoons. Ow. Yeah, they're going for Zeus. This is big enough to run over this. And now they Zeus my board, but I think I beat that. I think I beat Zeus plus Ash. Okay, Zeus with 1 material, Ash should be fine. Finally, Featherstorm! Dude, guys, I think it's optimal to not activate it. I think it's optimal to destroy it with MST. I think the line here is set Featherstorm, MST it, then chant so that I have Valrune for the Ash. That's literally all that Harpy's Featherstorm has done today. Here, they can Lupus, but it doesn't threaten anything. This is the 4th tribute summon this game, by the way. Which is more than in the Monarch matchup. Timer is killing me today. This is the type of deck that you need to practice a lot, because you get into these grindy game states too often. And this deck out Liger? Yes, but it's complicated. Okay. Done it. GG's. That was a banger rank up game. How does this deck do damage? You often fight over board control for a while before you start going in. Essentially, eventually you're gonna summon like the Phonics to clear the board and then attack for 3k a bunch. This deck can do a decent amount of damage. It just needs a moment to establish board control, I would say. It's not going to be very often that you OTK with this deck, I don't think, unless your hand's crazy. Sheena can help, yeah. If you can like clear the board with Sheena and establish a couple of bodies after, then it's fine. Can Radiant Typhoon be an engine? Yeah, it's a pretty good engine in other decks too. How does this deck out Liger? There's two main win cons against Liger. One is Great Fly, because it can make your stuff big enough to attack Liger. The other is you can deck them out, because they cannot out your Crocea if you keep clearing their back row. Is Radiant Typhoon Runic real? No. Okay, so this is how, if you don't get interrupted, this is how you want to... I think this is how you want to approach resolving your full combo if you have a couple of engine cards and your opponent is... I think they have something, but they're holding it for a choke point. So what I want to do is I want to go activate Ascendance to search Mystical Space Typhoon here. Oh, wait, no, I'm doing it one chain too early right now. Ah, okay, wait, it's fine. Yes, I should have activated Vision to draw. Well, it's fine, I can draw you anyways. We'll just self-MST twice. It's alright. So what I was meant to do is this. Hold up. What I meant to do was when you activate Crocea in hand, the way you can chain block it upon summon is by now chaining a quick play spell and then self MST it. They let me. Yeah, we're gonna be down one MST at the end of this now. Oh, chain imperm. Okay, sure. I'll still play around Ash Blossom. And now on summon of this Crocea, after all this is done, I can go Chainlink 1 Crocea, Chainlink 2 the quick play, whichever one you destroy engrave. That way they can't Ash it. I don't think I need to search. I don't think I need to search the the trap here because I have this. I can just place it on their turn. I can just leave this around. Which monster do I want? Any monster I take now is going to be summon number 5. Which I don't know how real Nibiru is. I could just do this. Is Crocea the choke point? It can be the choke point, yeah. Crocea is the most powerful card in the deck, I would say. Okay, so what I want to do now is to play around Nib. I'm going to do this on their turn. I'm going to activate this to draw 2 cards. I'm going to discard the Swen. Yeah, discard the Swen. And now this can activate again, so I get my trap anyways. Here's the Feather Storm, a little late again. And then I can summon Vavaroon to have the monster negate ready. Here's Mandate. Don't want to draw with Mandate yet, because it would put my MST into the deck, and I need it for Vavaroon to negate. Is Featherstorm really worth? I don't think so. Genuinely. I think it's probably better to play without it. I just wanted to give it a fair shot. But every time I've had it so far, I was hoping it would be Sheena or another starter or whatever. Like I don't really enjoy the card in this deck. I know it's strong going first, but I feel like this deck is already pretty good going first. Ooh, X Trizeel. How do they always have X Trizeel, by the way? Aggregator, negate, mandate. Okay. I'm gonna reset it. Probably Mitsu Raiziel. We still have a Monster Negate and Ash Blossom. And we can throw some bodies in the way. It's not the easiest spot, though. Depending on what else they have. They could... Their deck could break this, I think. Aji. Because I did want to draw with the trap. Now I don't have 2 MSTs in the grave, so Vavaroon will not destroy. But I will negate it, I think. But they will get a rank 4 out of this one. Could make Exiton. Is Pot of Extravagance really worth playing in this deck? Absolutely. I think so, yeah. This deck does not really care about its extra deck. Except for this one. I'm lucky they didn't shotgun the effect. They allowed me to activate mine first. Now if they chain, I still get my summon. Yeah, okay. So the thing was there, like I guarantee follow up. I still have Ashen Hand, and they also can't kill me because Exiton is online, so I was pretty fine there anyways, and their hand didn't seem to be great. What would you swap Featherstorm for? I was planning to talk about that as soon as we activate it once, so I can friggin' change the deck. Ooh, it could be a mirror match. Could also be Mitsu or Odeon. Could also be K9. Yeah, some K9 Vanquish have been playing that card too, yeah. It is Vanquish, okay. That is probably the scariest option, but it also means that my Fuwa is going to get some good value. Ooh, I have the same card. Okay, they have Rescue Ace, Impulse, and Holly Sue, and Start. Okay, it's a good Vanquish Soul hand, for sure. Is Super Poly any good this format? Hard to say yet, but I would say probably not. I think there's too many different decks where Super Poly is just awkward against them. Like Vanquish Soul, Radiant Typhoon. No, not against Radiant Typhoon's fine. But Vanquish Soul, Draco Tail, it's not great. It's good against Yummy. They cannot draw with Borger. They can only burn. So they have Raisin, Impulse, Holly Sue is what I know, right? And Jiaolong, I now know. That's a good Jiaolong. That can search. Yeah, they have a very, very strong Vanquish Soul setup. Good thing I can MST the draw, the trap immediately. That's not gonna hurt me that much. Holly Sue, Fire, Fire, Mad Love. I wonder if I should fire the Crocea in draw phase. They got so much card advantage. I kind of lose 2 cards to the Ash Blossom anyways if they have it. Because they either Ash Crocea or they Ash Pot of Extravagance. Honestly, with this hand, where I have a lot of engine, I would rather them Ash the Crocea. Can't you chain block? I could if I really wanted to, but I don't want to here. I don't want to self MST. I want to MST their card. Can the deck play around Droll? A little bit. It depends on the hand, but a lot of their effects can add from grave. So it's possible. But it still is a really good card against it. No matter what you do. I mean, all of this is happening in the draw phase right now, so that tells you a little bit. Aren't dealers using 2 or 3 MSTs? Nah, 3 is standard. 3 is giga standard. So even after we've done so much in draw phase already, a roll after this would still hurt a decent amount. Unless we draw Called by the Grave. Which we are the best for doing. I could negate it with this, but now that I have Called by... Yeah, I'll Called by it. We might need Harpies in this game. Yeah, true. We might actually need Harpies Featherstorm in this game. Because we might be able to clear the board. Do we have Harpy Oh, I do have Harpy Conductor. Wait. Ooh, I could do it on my own turn. That's very disgusting. I did not get Featherstormed a single time so far. I would kind of prefer if I didn't have to Featherstorm this turn, because I don't know if I can Featherstorm and kill. So I would kind of like to hold it for next. Let's see. So they can still summon Holisu, but Holisu doesn't do anything here. They cannot take and they cannot summon. Does Lupus? Lupus also does nothing. They have level 4, 6, 7, 8. No 5. Has to add MST. I cannot draw. It's fine though. If the Featherstorm was Sheena, that would have kind of slapped, yeah. Now Holisu is live. But I don't think it does much anymore. Because they can take. It just takes the defense position. The Varurun. Okay, special from deck. Magnamut. Magnamut is not live. So I can negate this with MST. But then I'm out of MSTs. Is the negate not once per turn? No, it's once per chain. This game. Great Fly is a lot of damage. Great Fly, but it's not game. I don't think. I mean, we're passing on Featherstorm. Is the crazy thing here. Jeez. Oh, God. All right, that was the Featherstorm. The one and only Featherstorm you're going to see today. That one mattered. That one definitely mattered. I mean, I was able to break the board pretty well. So if it was like another quick play spell there, honestly, there was a chance I could have survived or stopped their follow-up turn there as well. Like my setup was pretty good. I mean, I had Varurun, like the main deck Varurun, I had Phonics, I had everything basically. If that was a Sheena, yeah. If that was a Sheena there, that would have also worked, but yeah. Okay. Now that we've done that, let's talk about the deck list real quick. I personally, I would cut the Featherstorms to no one's surprise, and I would play a third Sheena. That card is amazing. I would also love to have a little bit more consistency. I'm not sure how I would do that. I think a second copy of another Radiant Typhoon spell is okay. We could also play a second copy of Megala. This card is a little risky because if you draw it without a Radiant Typhoon spell, it does nothing. So I think I'll just play a Noble Knight Shield Bearer like this. This is kind of like how I would go about it, and then we can cut the Harpy Conductor. What we replace it with, honestly, doesn't really matter. Maybe a second Win or a second Great Fly. I don't know what the most important card in the extra deck is outside of our Rune. And maybe Typhon. Those are the... This is definitely what I summoned the most, so... Yeah. at IP and Gorgon. Sure, you could play IP and Gorgon for an even easier time against Luna Light. It's possible, but it's not that important ultimately. Zeus. There's also worlds in which you play Zeus lines, because you can just like summon the 2 level 3s, make a rank 3 attack, and then Zeus real quick. That's possible. This card is also like not necessary at all. It's not often that it's correct to overlay your 2 level 9s, but Sheena is technically also a level 9, so I included it. I don't know. Why 2 Typhon? It's just because there's 1 extravagance in the deck, so I like, you know, I just added a second one. Don't you like super polys? Not that much in theory, at least. Well, okay. I'll gotta grab some water real quick, and then I'll be right back. All right, let's do a little bit of gaming without Featherstorm now. How is the deck performing? Pretty well, I would say. Okay, this is an awkward hand. Is it? I mean, I'll Crocea. I can't chain block my Crocea here, but I can resolve it in draw phase, which is good. I could have chain blocked it later, but then I would lose very hard to draw. We're gonna go. I want to self MST something so I can summon Varurun before the main phase and have the negate live. So I'm gonna grab Vision. Oh, now I toggled off. Oh man. Okay, yeah. Well, screw playing around Droll anyways. You gotta play this deck on auto toggle on at the start of the duel. It's stupid. Okay. Never punished. We should have self-MST'd Ascendants. Alright, good riddance. Ah, that's kind of those are stinky draws. Wallows into Samorg. There's nothing really I can summon from Samorg. So this is pretty much the full board. It could have been sequenced slightly better. I think I didn't need the Phonics on the board yet. I think I should have just summoned a level 3 with Megala and just summoned Phonics on their turn. That way I can keep my Eldam in hand for follow-up. And also probably should have had Ascendance face down rather than Chant. 5 Rainbow with this deck seems kind of busted. Some people have been playing that, yeah, in TCG. I don't think this hand can afford to play around roll. I think this hand has to go main phase. Because if I activate Ascendance in draw phase, then special Crocea, and they have Ash for it, I think I can't really play. You can't chain block with Crocea. Not in Master Duel, because the hand trigger is a quick effect, or is treated as a quick effect in Master Duel. So this is even more broken than in TCG, because in the TCG they would know that I have Crocea in hand. If I go Chainlink 1 Megala, I have to go Chainlink 2 Crocea immediately, and then they would know, oh, I'm just gonna Ash the Crocea. But in Master Duel, you don't get to know they have Crocea in hand already before you decide on whether you Ash the Megala or not. I was about to say, please don't be imperm because I can handle Veiler. Sheena is actually so good here, man. I even get to save called by. It's so good, man. Dude, they're gonna be so pissed. They're gonna be so freaking mad, dude. It's so disrespectful, man. When? Oh, dude, the hand trap minigame, man. Sometimes. Why is this deck tier 2 in TCG? It just won YCS. It's a really good deck. I don't know what you're on about. Like this is a top 3 deck in TCG right now, easily. It's very good. All right, that was pretty damn smooth. We had 2 losses at roughly in the start somewhere, and then we just haven't lost since. Enter the rating duels. Vibe on where it is in Master Duel. I think right now in Master Duel there are a lot of decks that are roughly the same power level. And I honestly think like it depends who you ask on what they think is the best, completely based on personal preference. So what I can tell you is that I would always play this deck or Draco Tail before I would play like a K9 combo deck, for example, for the Duelist Cup, because I think it suits me better, and I think there's not a big difference in how strong these decks are. So I think the playable decks in Master Duel right now are Yami, Vanquish Soul K9, or like playable, but like top tier decks for the Duelist Cup. Yami, Vanquish Soul K9, Radiant Typhoon, Draco Tail, and Mitsurugi. / Mitsurugi Raizio. Those 5 are really strong in Master Duel right now, and I think which one you prefer is up to personal preference. Of course, I hit the worst one, dude. Shut up. It still pops it. I didn't know this? Okay, that's good for me. Okay, they have a Solemn card. Solemn warning. They might just be able to stop me from playing because I don't have that much engine in this hand. Yeah, that stops me. Well then. We have mandate to draw. Maybe we'll be able to make it through. They are very lucky. Like this was it was a crazy solemn warning already. But I guess their brain is programmed to just negate everything. I'm drawing now just in case I have to drop it. Yeah, Sheena needs a wind monster on board. If we draw engine next turn, it could be okay. I could have dropped it, but then I have no way to dodge the traps. I think I need to try and win without the thing. They have 3,000 life points. I can win. I banished both Typhons. Typhon was actually good here. Like, I could have genuinely won this game with Typhon, but I banished both with Extrav. I love getting all my starters negated and then draw non-engine until the end of the game. This is like a 90% matchup too. If I just resolve one card, they instantly explode. Is it good to invest in this deck? I like it. I think it's fun and I think it's good. If you feel the same way, then yes. Flash vision? Okay. They have to have a way to negate this. Yeah, wait. Well, that doesn't negate it. That's Fuva. Okay. Sure. Eh? Okay, that just goes... That's crazy. Hmm... This deck doesn't really care about Fuva. So I'm a little confused. I mean, the Fuva is going to get a second draw here, but kind of whatever. It does care about Perulia. Yeah, absolutely does. The only question is it worth giving a draw for Totem Bird? I think the answer is yes. Okay. This negates the activation. I don't want to negate the activation. Every time I've activated MST today, someone in chat has said, "Oh my god, MST negates." It's the funniest thing y'all have ever seen. So technically I have ways to negate both halves of the ritual spell. I have one more MST and I have Totem Bird, which could be really problematic for them. Also, I still have the monster negate from this. One down. Habakiri. I will allow Habakiri. I'll just negate Saji with Varun. Technically I could let them search, but I also don't want them to have like a dodge for this MST or a chain block, and then the ritual spell resolves. Like, for example, if they already have ritual spell, they could search Magatama, and that would be really problematic. Okay, they have Ice Ryziel. Fine. They win, you lose. It's not impossible, genuinely. This setup, like, for decks with strong engines, the Radiant Typhoon setup is not unbeatable. Which is the nice thing about it. It's got really strong grind game, and honestly, it is hard to play through. Their hand needed to be really strong for this. But it's not unbeatable. I was hoping for a non-engine there. Here's the thing. I technically don't really care about the Ryziel stuff, but if I let them search here, they can negate my... if they have another ritual spell, they can always do it, is what I'm trying to say. Because if I let them get to Detonator, they always have a chain block for my MST. Send Valon also force. Yeah, if they have if they get to X, they force the MST anyways, yeah. Huva does nothing. I mean, Huva drew them 3 cards. It definitely did something. Okay. I have to draw... Why did I do it in standby phase? I have to draw before Extrav. But I have called by for draw anyways. That's why I thought, let's go main phase, because I have called by for draw anyways, but then I realized I have Extrav, so I need to draw before that anyways. Ooh, Ashes. Yeah. This would have been a big misplay if I didn't have called by. In this case, it barely matters. You can chain to Extrav? You can chain to Extrav, yeah. Alright, now that we've exchanged all of our hand traps, should we maybe proceed to playing the game together? Tribute summon Corsair. This is surprisingly common in this deck. You tribute summon Corsair a pretty decent amount, I would say. Self MST on Ascendance was also tempting. But I want to go for a Megala line here, I think. Kind of insane you can travel back non-engine. Yes, it's especially crazy in the TCG because you can endlessly loop Fallen at the Virtuous. It's awesome. Goated. As much as I like having Megala in rotation, maybe the self-pop on Ascendance was better. I'm not sure. Seventh Tachyon. Flash that. Chain Prayers, no tribute. Stop that too. Does the target of MST matter when you're trying to negate? No. All that matters is that you chain the trap effect directly to a mystical space typhoon. You can even negate monsters with the trap. The only downside is that your opponent can chain block it. Like when you try to hit something with MST negate and they chain something to it, you cannot stop that. The MST needs to chain directly to the thing. I feel like here, if my Crocia gets ashed, I'm probably fine. And I don't really... I mean, I could have chain blocked it. I could have gone Special Swen, search a spell, then make Link 2, search MST. Yeah, maybe I should have. I'll go... Should I draw 2 with this hand? I kind of want to draw 2. Yeah, I'll draw 2. Try to draw some non-engine, so I'll filter first. This adds Ascendance. Make 2. So I was planning on self-MSTing Ascendance. And I think I still will. Even though I have a second one. Because I want to trigger Vararune in the grave. I'll just use the other one to search MST again. Gotta leave one space in the grave for the monster negate. Nice Fuwa. Alright, go. Should 6k be enough for Radiant if I already have the stables except Samorg? Yeah, I would think so. Chain MST here is a little bit annoying, but I think it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. We'll get MST back later. We'll get him later. I like this deck, but this is 4 negates, basically a man board at this point. It is so vastly different from an Odeon end board. It's crazy how different these negations are. I uploaded a video about this like last week where I discussed different forms of negation. There's no way this is even close to comparable. Um. Can't you chain block the MST negates? Yes, every single one of them. That is one of the reasons why it's different. I want to hold the Sheena as long as possible. Yeah, they just, I mean, even the existing board, they don't really get through. But, yeah. Ash to back up the board Pog. Nice, isn't it? I'm sure the opponent had much fun there. Well, it was on them for playing a hand trap deck like Yummy and drawing no hand traps, right? Kind of their fault. Kind of stupid for them. With some hands, it feels weird trying to play around roll. This is one of them. This should have been a defense. I misclicked. Attack mode has aura. True. I'm happy it's in attack mode now that you said that. Can we get back a banished MST? No. This is one of the weaknesses of this deck, is it cannot get back banished cards. I think I'll get Onyx. And then summon Megalo on their turn. Oh, that's a little late. We can make Doom Eagle. Sure, let's make Doom Eagle for some graveyard disruption. Mainly because I also want the Corosea in the graveyard. There we have a Mitsurugi opponent again. There's a lot of Mitsurugi right now. Alright, Ash behind board. Let's go. We're the best. What do you think of the comeback of Mitsurizio? It makes me happy because I like to see Ryziel cards without Cross. Cross was always the most toxic card in Ryziel, and now I feel like those cards are completely acceptable, and I think that's kind of cool. Striker or Draco Tail for Duelist Cup? We're gonna try Striker tomorrow. That's my plan. I want to try and see how good Striker is with the new Radiant Typhoon cards. So the only thing that stops us is Imperm or Mourner, because we're doing it in draw phase. Of course, they have Imperm. It's fine. The hand still plays. It's annoying, but it plays. Oh, no, it does not play anymore. Well, I could have probably outplayed this if I didn't focus so hard on chain blocking the Crocea. In that case, I just go Vision to draw. That way I have a much higher chance of having more starters. I just go Vision to draw Special Crocea, and if they ash it, then they ash it. That would have maybe even been the correct play there. Maybe I'm focusing too hard on resolving Crocea. Ooh, based! I could MS. Nah, it's not. There's no way it's correct. Why does that deck play Imperm though? Yeah, I get cooked. Okay. This very oddly just plays around Droplet plus Ascendant. They do know about Ascendants, yeah. They do know about it. They just don't know about Droplet. But like my plan was to Droplet away the Crocea so that I can revive it to have guaranteed follow-up, and now this sucks. All right, engine off the top. I love that card so much. It's my favorite. We never had a chance to begin with. Right now, between Radiant Typhoon, Draco Tail, and Vanquish Soul K9, which is the best one going second? Oh, it's hard to say. They all have pros and cons. I probably Draco Tail overall. It's also a little bit matchup dependent, right? Because, like, for example, against Draco Tail, going second with Vanquish Soul is fine. Oh, nice. Stolen Lockbird. Love that for me. That is awesome. Yeah, that's cool. I probably just died to that. Should Pure Mitsu play Visions? You can build a version with it, yeah. It's possible. It's a little weird if there's no Fallen and the Virtuous. That's like a really good card to go alongside it. But you can. Hmm. That is probably the worst possible matchup for the setup that I've just made. Okay, they only... It's Nib and Lucius. Okay. Yeah, they just recycle Ash, though. Oh no, they recycle Droll? Oh, and Ash. Nice. Perfect. Didn't want to keep the totem around for Ketu, and they just attack it. What on earth are you doing? Please don't be Sting. Oh, thank God it's not Sting. Artesia roll. Artesia roll. Artesia roll. Assuming it's a Draco Tail trap. Assuming it's a Draco Tail trap. Definitely. It's got to be Horn, right? It's got to be Horn. The problem is, if it's Horn... Cartesia roll. I can basically get like a pretty guaranteed win if I hope they just don't draw a Draco Tail monster. Which gives me about 1 in 3 to win the game, right? 2 in 3. 2 out of 3 to win the game. If I just make Totem Bird... Well, I also lose to Ketu or Rahu. Right? Because they can Horn to force the Totem Bird. But like, making the link 2 to search MST doesn't really help either. Totem in defense. Totem in defense, but then I'd take longer to go for game. Also, then Cartesia can run over it. That's not great. Just draw Draco Tail Flame. Please. One Draco Tail Flame one time. That's not a good sign. Yeah. Ah, man. Not even one time. I Mena. God. Why not Gossip Shadow to play around Cartesia or Femena? Because then I have to switch my Sheena to defense as well, because I'm not stopping them from activating Horn to draw a card, which makes it infinitely more likely I lose if they can draw a card with Horn. Which means I can't attack, which means I'm not applying any pressure, which means I'm just never winning the game. How does Radiant feel in Master Rule compared to TCG? Better or worse? Little worse, but still pretty good, I would say. What is missing? Fallen at the Virtuous, but that card is kind of missing for everybody. So. And Crown? Ah, Crown isn't missing. I don't even know if you would play Crown. We live? Yeah, but they cycle Ash every turn, so I don't really know how I'm supposed to get out of this one. Do you play Featherstorm? No, I took it out. I didn't like it. Yeah, they just Rahu. They pop one with Pan now, then they Rahu for Gulamel, send Urgula from deck. Last card in hand is Ash. I just can't beat that. They have all 3 traps plus Ash now. Yeah, Droll Ash went pretty hard this game. Droll is a concerning card for this deck, because I feel like most people at the moment are playing Droll to cover for stuff like Vanquish Soul and other K9 things, and this deck just gets like drive-by'd by it. But overall, it's been doing really well for me as well. I'm playing against Radiant Typhoon. I was watching the live, and then when I went back to my game, it's a Malice board. Yeah, Radiant Typhoon. They can play Radiant Typhoon as Malice starters. All right, then. Oh well, sometimes you get Droll Ashed. We had I mean, to be fair, we had a chance this game, right? Like, we had a chance. If they didn't draw a Draco Tail on that final turn, we definitely had a possible win. So it wasn't the worst situation ever to be in. Sometimes it happens. Okay. This is currently the list I'm on. I would love to make it a little bit more consistent, but overall, first day of Radiant Typhoon, first impression, I've been having a great time with this deck. I really did. I'm looking forward to exploring the deck more. This is going to be it for today. However, we're not done experimenting with Radiant Typhoon. We're gonna play it more tomorrow, but tomorrow we're trying the Sky Striker stuff with basically a Radiant Typhoon package in Sky Striker. I'm really looking forward to that as well. So this was the list for today. Not sure if I would suggest any changes yet, but we'll test it more in the upcoming days. Had a blast today. Hope you had a good time as well. Appreciate you all for checking in. Hope you are going to be back tomorrow. You know, make sure to follow the channel if you're not followed yet, so you don't miss another stream. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll send you guys over to Bronas again, who is playing Snake Eye, I think, for some reason on Radiant Typhoon release day, but it is what it is. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day.